fishing pole. I'm gonna let the laughing river flow right into my soul. And I'm going away, 'cause I got a busted heart. I'm leaving today. If my travel all will start, and I reckon where I'm headed, I might need me different clothes. Way up in Michigan, where the laughing river flows. Way up in Michigan, where the laughing river flows. Way up in Michigan.
In Coworker Rubin would like to say a few more words.
Thank you.
So first, I want to express my gratitude also to the Board of Supervisors for issuing this proclamation. Your recognition and support for suicide awareness is greatly valued. Additionally, I'd like to extend my thanks to Jenny Olson for her invaluable support and mentorship in my role as the work group chair for the Suicide Prevention Council. So suicide is a crisis that affects communities across the nation, and by normalizing mental health conversations, we can empower individuals who are struggling to get the help that they deserve. This past year, we trained 941 educators, adolescents, and community members in an evidence-based QPR suicide prevention training that teaches participants how to recognize the warning signs of suicide or mental health crisis and how to question, persuade, and refer someone to help. This year, we're looking to train elementary school teachers and staff as we are hearing that younger students are being assessed for suicide risk at schools. And we are also trying to train hospitality professionals who work with those vulnerable community members. One of the most important resources we share is the National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, where it's been over a year since the new 3-digit 24/7 hotline 988 was launched. So individuals can call 988 for themselves or on behalf of someone who is in crisis and will receive guidance on how to support them. 988 now has 3 new extensions. So when someone calls 988, they could press 1 for the Veterans Crisis Line, call 988 or press 2 for Spanish, and call 988 and press 3 for LGBTQ crisis support, or you can stay on the line and just reach a counselor. While crisis hotlines are a great resource for suicide prevention, let us also remember that food security is suicide prevention. Housing security is also suicide prevention. Affordable and accessible quality healthcare is suicide prevention. Mental health awareness and self-care practice is suicide awareness. So let's take this as a reminder to check in on our own mental health and remember that it's okay to not be okay. You are not a burden, and don't be afraid to ask for help. So thank you.
Thank you all very, very much for the important work that you do in our community and joining us and bringing awareness this September. At this time, I'll invite the board down for presentation of the proclamation. Thank you, and thank you very much for the special highlight of the 988 number and those new extensions. We'll be sure to include that information as we promote today's proclamation. Next, we do not have any department head reports or announcements. We will move on to our consent items, and these are for the special districts. We have items 6A through C. Are there any questions or corrections from the board? Seeing none, I'll open public comment on items 6A through C. None in the boardroom. Are there any on the phone lines? None on the lines. I'll close public comment. I'll bring it back to the board for decision.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Pedrosa, second by Supervisor Gregory. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Next, I am going to go ahead and pull item 7C for further discussion. We have a correction memo on 7K that is at the dais. Please take a moment to ensure you have read over that correction memo. And then I will, before we get to our matter, but right after public comment, I'll make some comments on item 7U, but I won't be pulling it. Unless there are any other items to be pulled, seeing none, I will open public comment on our consent calendar. We are pulling 7C separately. See none in, oh. Please proceed. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Linda Girangelli, and I'm associated with Water Audit California. I was asked to deliver these written comments by Water Audit California to the board.
Ma'am, I believe this is general public comment, is
Oh,
it?
I apologize.
Yes, so right now, no worries. Right now, we're just doing the consent calendar.
Okay,
So
thank
I'll
you.
call on you when we get to general
you.
public comment. Thank you so much. Is there any public comment on the consent items? I'll move to the phone lines.
No one on the line.
Seeing none, I'll close public comment on the consent items, and I will just start off by first saying, just expressing gratitude to our Public Works Department, Engineering, CHP. I see a captain and the sergeant in the back, and thank you so much for being here, and to the Sheriff's Office as well for their attention, their swift attention to a growing concern, public safety concern on our roadways in Coombsville, and that is related to item 7U. So those are all the comments I have. I will entertain a motion for the balance, everything on consent minus 7C.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Pedrosa, second by Supervisor Cottrell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Next, we will, I wanted to pull item 7C. Actually, just recently, there was an additional article in our local paper discussing what has the new information regarding the Mediterranean beetle. And I think it would be appropriate at this time for us to receive a report from our agricultural commissioner to tell us what the status is. And I think we also have our director from the UC Extension, Monica Cooper, with us. To be able to explain to us what we're looking at in terms of this beetle that is specifically feasting on our oak trees, and how that relates to our current tree mortality ordinance. And you will see also in your agenda package that we did send over a letter to Congressman Thompson giving some situational awareness and requests for assistance in this area. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Tracy Cleveland. Thank you.
So thank you. Good morning, Chair Ramos, members of the board. Tracy Cleveland, Napa County Ag Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures. So I've been asked to kind of report out on Mediterranean oak borer. So I want to give a little background first and some information about the beetle and its biology. So bear with me. Mediterranean oak borer is an ambrosia beetle that is native to the Mediterranean regions of the world, including Europe, Middle East, and Northern Africa. MOB is an invasive species to California. Ambrosia beetle species attack and tunnel into dead or dying trees, specifically oaks. The beetles carry and grow a fungus in the galleries that they create in the trees that they've tunneled into. The fungus serves as food for the beetles, both adults and larvae, and they can live and reproduce within a single tree for generations, so they're very efficient. The fungus can also be pathogenic or disease-causing. We're not sure. There needs to be more information and more studies done, but it seems likely. Male beetles typically do not fly. Females fly in the springtime after mating, and then they can move to nearby trees to initiate new gallery constructions. So in late 2019, Mediterranean oak borer was confirmed in Napa County. In 2020 and in 2021, the California Department of Food and Ag funded some trapping that we did with our department. And it was a regional effort, and it was to identify the presence of MOB and to see how widespread it might be. So we did some trapping in Napa, We also did trapping in Lake, Mendocino, and Sonoma County. So we had fines in Napa, Sonoma, and Lake, but not Mendocino. We trapped for 2 years. We placed about 75 traps throughout the county. And to date, we had 212 positive fines of MOB in 165 locations. So that's over those 4 counties. 83 of those fines were in Napa County. And for the most part, we recognize that the infestation is primarily north of Yountville, with some fines in areas in Napa County and South County. So no trapping since that time. We stopped trapping in 2021. So we were generally infested in those 4 counties, including Sacramento County, which had several fines that were positively identified. So in its native range, MOB attacks at least 12 species of oak in addition to other tree hosts. In Napa, Mediterranean oak borer has been found attacking 2 species of white oak, primarily valley oak as well as blue oak. And then there's also documentation showing an attack on a California black oak. So it initially, as I said, MOB creates tunnels or galleries in the branches and trunks of host trees while continuing to multiply. It initially attacks the crown of the trees, killing individual limbs. The infestation grows, the population continues to reproduce within the tree, and it moves down and eventually infests the trunk and then kills the tree entirely. And then from there, it can move to other tree populations. It's important to remember, typically, this is a tree that is already stressed and declining as a result of pre-existing conditions. And I point this out again to stress the fact that we know that we have those in Napa. We have plenty of oak forests throughout California, and again in Napa, that fit this model of stress conditions. So now that I've given a little bit of background on the pest, let's talk about what we're doing and a little bit about what we're not doing. So it's fairly limited. Like I said, we haven't trapped since 2021. We know that we're infested in Napa, but we have yet to identify where else in the state the pest might exist. And then we also have researchers and entomologists that are working on sort of identifying kind of some of these things, but we're really, I would say we're behind the 8 ball. So when we get calls or interest from the public, we provide the following recommendations, and they really do tie into what was presented in the Napa Valley Register by Bill Pramick. So we tell folks to consider consulting with an arborist to determine if pesticide applications or insecticide treatments of the trees would be effective, but we really don't know that that's the case. And if it's a tree that's already struggling and dying, it's probably not very effective. We're asking folks to remove dead oaks. We're asking them to finally chip wood from the removed oak into pieces under 1 inch. We are asking them to consider using heat composting to eradicate beetle and fungi in the wood chips. We ask them to solarize wood pieces by enclosing infested logs and larger wood chips in clear tarps, exposing them to sun for 6 weeks in summer or 6 months in the winter. And if they're larger pieces, then it takes longer. And then ultimately, I think the overall message is don't move infested wood. We see that a lot. We have trees that cut down, they're set on the side of the road, folks come and pick it up and then they burn it. And while that's not necessarily terrible, we don't know where that wood is going. We don't know if it's going on a camping trip into another county. We don't know if it's infested or not. So really the idea of kind of burn it where you buy it is really important. Lots of pests move throughout the state on different materials. So we, as in we, my team, we can sort of help identify MOB. We can take specimens that the public brings in, but and we can prep it and send it off to the lab in Sacramento for positive identification, but that's really about the extent of it because there's no funding. So I can go on and kind of touch on the letter and sort of the ask. So there was a letter of federal support for MOB sent to Congressman Thompson's office, and ultimately it boils down to an ask for funding. And funding to address really 5 key areas. So one of those is detection. So to continue to identify where it is, when we did our trapping with our team, we really kind of set it on roadsides, major roadways, some were on properties, but we certainly didn't kind of move into forested areas, so we don't know the extent of it. And we also don't know statewide what that looks like. We're looking for support for outreach and education to support public awareness in the fight against MOB, and then in general invasive species very broadly. There are existing campaigns, including, burn it where you buy it, don't pack a pest, which deals with the movement of pests during travel through postal carriers, across state borders. So the education component is really, really important. Research, that's another, I'd say probably maybe the biggest area that needs support. Comprehensive research is needed to understand the biology, the behavior, the life cycle of MOB in addition to the fungus that is associated with it and its impact to trees. 4, we're looking for support to develop control strategies. So additional research to determine strategies that minimize the impact, especially given that eradication is likely unfeasible. This could include studying and developing biological controls, assessing chemical control options, establishing methodology to minimize the spread, mechanical control methods like tarping, chipping, burning, and steam treatments. And then finally, funding for management and removal of dead trees, dead and dying trees, which can serve as an amplifier so they can spread to other healthy trees. And then if you're talking about an area that is visited often by the public, now you have dead and dying trees that are a fall hazard and a public safety hazard. So they need to be removed. So there needs to be support for homeowners, landowners, public agencies that control public land and roadways. So that's kind of the conclusion of my long talk about MOB. I will say it's not an agricultural pest necessarily, but it's certainly a natural resource pest. And it has the potential to negatively impact our oak ecosystems that provide habitat for wildlife, carbon sequestration, erosion control, and then just the general beauty that the oaks provide us and our large heritage oaks that we're well known for. So, and then dead and dying trees that increase our fuel load for fire, and then the public safety hazard in settings that are, public. So I'm happy to answer any questions or to pass it on to Dr. Cooper.
Thank you. We do have questions. Supervisor Cottrell?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both for being here and being willing to give us a quick update on this. One of the things you mentioned is that most of the locations are north of Yountville. Can you give us any more detail, or if those 83 finds were clustered or kind of spread out? And then my second question was just, this is all great information you've shared. Can we have a link perhaps on the county landing page, and then connect with RCD too?
Absolutely. So we can, I have to look. I'm not sure if it's up on our website or not. I believe it is, but I'll double check and make sure that it is. And
UC Ag and Natural Resources has a page dedicated to Mediterranean oak borer with all of these resources and information, sort of the distribution map. We can certainly, put that link and then add anything else.
And then as far as location, so it was originally first identified in Calistoga, so that's sort of where we started. So Calistoga is generally infested. St. Helena is pretty heavily infested. I think those are the bulk of the finds that we have. Yountville, there's kind of some one-offs. There's one in District 5 and one in District 2 and one in District 4. So the bulk of it really does seem to be St. Helena, Calistoga area. And I don't think we've identified how it came in or how it got here. And the reality is that researchers will tell you we discovered it in 2019, but they believe that it was there longer, maybe as long as 5 years prior to that. So it's hard to kind of pinpoint how it came in, how it started there, probably on wood or in wood in some fashion, and then kind of spread from there.
Got it. Thank you. And it will be interesting as we learn more to understand if it's happening more sort of in communities or up in hillside areas and things like that. And, the oaks are going to be such a critical fire-safe landscape anchor. So really spending time and energy on this and resources. So thank you.
Sure.
Supervisor Gregory.
Thank you. This is a great reminder of the issue. I appreciate you pulling it. As I've heard about this over the years, these beetles are flying around doing their job. They're supposed to fly around and eat dead trees and sort of move on, as I understand it. What conditions, just remind us what conditions exist where they stick around and create a problem like this?
stress, right? So anything that is, well, there's two things. One is that there are native borer species, right, which have biological controls. They sort of moderate their populations because they're found here naturally. And then as we as humans move things around nationally and internationally, we introduce these invasive species which come, you know, without their natural enemies. And then they also come into an environment where we're in the middle of a long-term drought, right? So these trees are stressed. And so we're looking at a host that is maybe not able to defend itself as well. And then we're also looking at an insect that has been introduced into a new ecosystem where maybe it's thriving because it doesn't have a lot of its biological control. So they're kind of tied in together. And I think, you know, unfortunately, invasive species are increasing all over the place agriculturally and in natural ecosystems. So I think that while we're here today talking specifically about MLB, I think having, you know, more long-range preventative and sort of ways in which that we can react to these situations will be good for the health of the county.
And does the drought create conditions where the tree can't protect itself?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board on this one? We'll go ahead and open public comment. This is on item 7C. I don't see any in the boardroom. Are there any on the phone lines? None on the lines. I'll bring it back to the board. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to update us. You know, and this is obviously something that is affecting our overall concern of tree mortality, and something that bears our attention at this point. So I want to thank you both for being here and expanding on that. I'll entertain a motion, and this is for continuation of our local emergency due to pervasive tree.
So moved.
Second.
And then I will just ask County Council from your perspective of if this pardon me, declaration is sufficient to encompass the concerns that we have at this point, or should we look and give direction for a future inclusion specifically as to the Mediterranean beetle?
Thank you for that question, Chair Ramos. At this point, we believe the resolution is sufficient, but we're happy to continue to evaluate that as we come back and renew it.
Okay, great, thank you. I have a motion by, I believe it was Supervisor Cottrell, and second by Supervisor Gregory. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. That brings us to the end of our consent items. And I do want to thank all present who came for the matters on our consent. Next, we will have general public comment. Public comment is limited to items not listed on the agenda, but within the board's jurisdiction and special districts. Every speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. And please proceed to the podium for those that want to address the board. Good morning, Mayor.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Donald Williams, Mayor of Calistoga. Thank you for considering today the fairgrounds on your agenda. Our main goal is to return the property back to its intended use as public recreational open space. As you probably know, in the 1930s, Calistogans transferred ownership to the county as a way to obtain state funding for the fairgrounds to benefit the entire region. Time passes, the funding ceased, and now it's largely unused and a liability for the county. We're ready to take it off your hands and return it to public use. You've seen hundreds of letters from the public imploring for access to this open space. Returning it to Calistoga's jurisdiction, the county loses nothing. It costs the county nothing. Returning it to Calistoga's jurisdiction, you save $300,000 per year in maintenance. And if it's transferred to Calistoga's jurisdiction, who will object? We talk about the city or the county owning the property, but the public owns it, and not we elected people. The city or the county, we're just the custodians. So what we're talking about is basically transferring management from the county back to Calistoga. We do need to take off our realtor hats. The property is not a real estate investment for either jurisdiction. This is two agencies cooperating to serve our constituents and return the property to public use. Public research shows a relatively small historical investment by the county on the property, but for almost a century, Calistogans have put the equivalent of millions of dollars into it. Now we're poised to restore it, make it available for concerts and camping and races and meetings and weddings and so much more, a space for the public to enjoy and to repair to in case of emergency. The entire region will benefit by this fairgrounds open space. It will appeal to visitors and it will build local community. So let's work together, city and county, to rehabilitate that fairgrounds property for the benefit of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And just for the record, I'm going to go ahead and ask the clerk that that's an item that is specific to 17A and not on our general public comments, since that is a closed session item. We will continue with general public comment. Next speaker, please.
Hello again. My name is Linda Garangelli, and I'm associated with Water Audit California. I was asked to deliver these written comments by Water Audit California to the board, to the Groundwater Sustainability Agency, and to the agency's technical advisory group in relation to the grand jury's 2023 report. I'm informed that these comments have been sent electronically 3 times over the course of 3 weeks, yet are still not a part of the public record. I was asked to deliver this tangible copy of these comments so there can be no debate in the future whether these comments were received. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would, the deputy clerk will take that. Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Hi, good morning, Chair Ramos and board members. My name is Marcos Montes. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for Comcast here in the North Bay. I wanted to start this conversation or comment by commending staff for a very thorough and comprehensive RFP process for the FFA Federal Funding Account application period. Comcast is honored and humbled to be selected as Napa County's RFP partner in this process, and we want to ensure that residents and businesses have access to reliable high-speed broadband services. Working with the county staff, we have selected to apply for a project in the Rutherford area, and this new project will bring a fiber-based broadband solution to 287 new residents and 35 commercial businesses. Each of these new customers will have access to Comcast suite of products, including our latest storm-ready device, which is equipped with a cellular backup and 4-hour rechargeable battery to keep customers up and running during a power outage. While we look to build a new fiber network here in Rutherford, in partnership with the county and the FFA program, we want to make sure that we know that all existing Comcast customers will have bisymmetrical speeds by the end of 2025 through our next generation network upgrades. We have been a long-time strong local partner on digital equity, and we want to continue that conversation by supporting the Affordable Connectivity Program in conjunction with the county. Thank you very much, and we look forward to partnering with you.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, if you would just note that the prior comment was specifically for 7D and that this comment relates to 7L. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Joela Trujillo. I work in program the IHSS for 50 years for my daughter Carla. My daughter have the problems. I need work. I work in 24 hours a day. Voy a decirlo en español. Y soy voluntaria para el sindicato SIU. SIU en representación de las miles de personas proveedoras que trabajan para el programa de IHSS para familiares o para clientes. Y es la razón que yo estoy aquí. Muchas gracias.
¿Cuál es su apellido?
Joela Trujillo Aguilar.
My name is Joela Trujillo, and I'm a caregiver. I've been doing this for many years. I take care of my daughter. I'm also a proud member of SCIU 2015, And I'm just here to let you know that we are a very important part of this society. Thank you.
Mi nombre es Paula Cantera y yo soy proveedora por mi hija María Cantera y tengo 30 años de cuidarla y yo soy ay, me trabé. Perdón, ella tiene síndrome de Down y pues yo estoy aquí para pedirles pues que nos ayuden para proveer alimento a la casa porque lo que nos pagan es muy poco, la renta está subiendo, no hay suficiente dinero para pagar para la comida, andamos en las iglesias pidiendo porque no nos alcanza, la vida está muy cara ahorita, cada que va uno a la tienda, compra un día, vas otro día y ya están más caras las cosas. Yo ahorita estoy pidiendo por todas las amas de casa que están trabajando con sus hijos en la casa, por los ancianitos que cuidan otras personas y pues ojalá y ustedes nos pudieran ayudar con un poquito de sueldo más que necesitamos. Muchas gracias.
¿El apellido es Cartera?
Sí, mi nombre es Paula Cantera.
My name is Paula Cantera. I'm a caregiver. So I've been doing this for 30 years. I take care of my daughter who has Down syndrome. I'm here because we need to get more money. We are, everything is going high, food, it's not enough. Sometimes I go to the food bank to get food. Everything is so expensive. So I'm asking you to help us on these new contract negotiations, but also I'm representing all the people that are taking care of the elderly and the disabled. Thank you very much.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Tiffany Kimball. I'm the union representative for Napa Home Care Providers for SEIU Local 2015. So as we continue on our journey to strive towards a fair contract, if you may, I wanted to present a study conducted by UC Berkeley in regards to our home care crisis. And though the study was conducted in 2017, it still remains relevant today. So I want to leave that with you today. The study highlights the needs for increased wages for home care providers. The reality is that people are living longer, they're needing more and more care. However, due to low wages, there just are not enough home care providers available to provide care. Also, on the other side of the coin, nearly 3/4 of home care providers are the primary earners in their household. Their earnings are the main source of income for their families, and due to barely getting by, they're not able to meet the needs of their family. So poverty wages for home care providers also ironically have a ripple effect on consumers as well. Not enough workers means consumers do not receive care. It becomes a huge burden on our overall healthcare system. So people are moved and shifted around to facilities, county hospitals, although for a short period of time, many end up homeless. Thus, it's imperative. Wages need to increase. We need to make this a more attractive career for people so we can provide more care. Thank you.
Good morning, board. My name is Cesar Alvarado, and I'm also here with caregivers. We're about to start this process of negotiating this new contract. And, we're going to be here reminding you for the why this is so important, right? What we do every time we negotiate a contract is we improve the life of members of this community, members that are taking care of the elderly, the disabled. So that's the end goal of this new contract. I also have some study from MIT Living Wage, and it says that the minimum living wage for Napa County should be $21.62 for a single person. Caregivers right now are making $16.95, so that's not enough. Like you heard, some of our members are struggling every day, And these are members of our community. Some of them actually work farm workers at one point in their lives. We have in this county about 1,500 caregivers. And so let's move forward in this process that we're about to start. We actually had our first negotiations already. Let's move forward to increase and improve the life of these vital members of our community. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Mary Palmer, and I meant to make some comments on the consent item 7I. If it's okay, I'll do that.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'm speaking today in support of Napa County's application for the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority's Rental Assistance Pilot Program for older adults. Housing is the #1 issue facing low-income older adults. The ability to safely and stably age in place contributes to long-term social emotional well-being, prevents cognitive decline, and supports successful management of physical health-related treatments. This pilot will reduce homelessness and leverage multiple resources to stabilize fragile adults. The pilot program design reflects extensive collaboration among county staff and nonprofit partners to provide vital support services along with rental assistance to ensure long-term stability. As a member of the Commission on Aging, I commend the work of the partner groups to identify braided funding in order to propose a plan with strong services coupled with pilot program funds to ensure more people can be served for a longer period of time. This application is very well thought out and deserves your support. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and note that that is for item 7I. Any other public speakers? At this point, any public comment? Okay. Thank you. Are there any on the phone lines? There's no one on the lines. I'll close public comment, and we will move along to our administrative items. We do not have any administrative items for special districts at this time. I will invite up our Deputy County Fire Chief, Jason Martin, to provide information regarding measures taken to prepare for the current fire season and seek board direction possible action. This is item 11A. Good morning, Chief.
Good morning, Chair Ramos, board members. Thank you for having me. Again, my name is Jason Martin, the Deputy Fire Chief for Napa County Fire Department. And I wanted to give you just a brief presentation on our efforts throughout the county in regards to fire preparedness and really fire resiliency. Okay, let's start with our chipper program. To date, again, we still find success with our chipper program, which is a program that we offer to the public for free chipping. This year, we've already completed 883 requests for chipping. When I compare that to last year at 647 requests, we're above that number, which is an indication to us that we have good participation from the public, and we are working towards that fire resiliency, and everybody is contributing at a high level. Next. All right, so I have a new thing for you. So we have a new tool that is available to the public. This is a new fuel mapper product. What this does is it allows a homeowner to go in and put in their address and get a report of what is required, what type of defensible space is required for their property, and gives them some guidance on how to achieve such a goal. The big thing with this is, again, it's just a tool, but it also provides another level of education of what needs to happen for the stewardship of somebody's property, and kind of gives them direction so that they can be fire resilient themselves and also look out for their neighbors. This can be found on our the county webpage under the Fire Marshal's tab, and then you go to the chipper and defensible space link, and you'll find a drop down. There's a small video that kind of explains the program and also a link to make access. We're very excited about that one. Okay, next slide, please. Defensible space. Okay, so when we're looking at defensible space, to date we've completed 2,522 inspections. That's up from last year at this same time, which was 2,388, which means that we're getting a bit more efficient with our plan. We had the 3-year rotational plan countywide to try to touch all residents. And we're increasing the public education factor that helps everybody better understand what their requirements are and even how to do it. If we look at the pictures that are up above, this is an abatement warrant that was issued. The photo on the left shows the condition of the property prior to the warrant that was issued, and then the work that was done is indicated on the slide to the right. And you can see it's a great improvement. We've reduced the fuel loading tremendously, and this is efforts that we're doing throughout the county. We also are including defensible space inspections for construction inspections as well, which is just another layer. And again, it really is just an indication of how we're stepping in the public education component and ensuring that we're providing feedback to the public and giving them some guidance. We can go to the next slide, please. So we talk a lot about building fire resiliency within the county, within our communities. And if we look at the photo on the left, it shows the inspections. So this is a defensible space inspection spreadsheet, which we catalog each one of the inspections into a computer program. And we indicate if they have violations or no violations. When we do the first round of inspections, again, a lot of education with the individuals that own those properties. We give them some insight on what they need to do and how they need to comply. When we look at the picture on the right, it shows the compliance within a community. This is, again, another good indication to us that the message that we're sending out to the public is being heard. The tools that we're providing to the public are easy to understand, and they're able to facilitate defensible space. Next slide, please. Now, when we talk about defensible space, we have two different levels. The first level is obviously the community and homeowners, and then what are we doing as an agency and organization and partnerships throughout our community. This slide is just one of a couple different projects that we are proposing within this next year that we've already started and will complete coming into next year, is dozer lines on strategic ridge lines. And again, when we look at the green lines that are located on the slide, it shows approximately, for the 13 dozer miles of dozer line, which are our previous roads or dozer lines we put in during fire incidents that we're opening up and keeping clear that we can utilize to provide protection to community. And for this particular slide, this is showing the protection ridges, if you will, or strategic ridges in and around Circle Oaks. We can go to the next slide, please. So Berryessa Highlands. This is another great project that we've had within the county, and we have conducted defensible space work in and amongst the community. We will be doing re-inspections within the next week. We also started a 144-acre grazing project with sheep. As you can see on the photo to the right, the effectiveness of using the sheep for grazing, and we hope to do more of that in the future. And we just finished 5 miles of dozer line in and around that community as well, again, as a strategic perimeter to help in enhancing the protection and reducing the risk of the highlands. Next slide, please. So we can't do this alone. This takes a lot of organization amongst partners and other agencies. And so we have another project that we're doing at the Veterans Home. It's the Fuel Reduction Project that is located just on the west side of the veteran property. And we're doing that in coordination with the Napa Community's Firewise Foundation, the CAL FIRE firefighter hand crew out of Hood Mountain, to provide a shaded fuel break in and around the community of the Veterans Home, which provides us protection not only for the Veterans Home and their property and the buildings, but also the town of Yountville itself. Next slide, please. Now, with all of these projects, they're good as far as fuels reduction. Fire resiliency comes in a couple different levels. Obviously, we talked about the community involvement and then the county's involvement, also the training. So none of these projects would really mean anything if from the fire side of the house, the operational side of the house, we weren't aware of where they were at, how to leverage them in the event that we have an emergency. So we conducted a training up on Atlas Peak that showed and highlighted the fuels reduction projects, the access routes to strategic ridge lines, and how we can leverage them in the future and put those into our tactical toolbox, if you will, for fire suppression. Next slide, please. Of course, this slide just illustrates, again, the calls of service that we've had in the month of August. We're at about 524 calls, which is about average for this time of year. We have several visitors that come to the valley, finish up their summer vacations, and out of that we had 3 vehicle fires, 5 structure fires, 3 small vegetation fires, 67 traffic collisions, which shows the traffic on the roadway, and about 282 medical calls. And this is just, again, as an educational slide to let you know that we're out there still providing services to the public, and public service is our primary mission. Next slide, please. And as previously mentioned about education and community outreach, we were involved and actually invited to speak at the Napa County Republican Central Committee. They reached out to us to get some information on fire resiliency, fire preparedness, preparation, defensible space, and really what they can do. So this was another good opportunity for an engine company to go out, meet with the community and the community members, and answer questions pertaining to fire and fire emergencies. Last slide, please. So the last little message on this is we're coming into October. We just had our first red flag warning in almost 2 years. Knock on wood. So it's been we've been blessed with great weather within the county. Because of that, we've been able to continue doing our defensible space work. But the next part of that is really, are we prepared as a community? So this is just a reminder when we put up the red flag warnings. It's that kind of that check, that reminder. Do you have a plan? Have you communicated with your family and your neighbors? Are you signed up with Alert Napa County to receive the Everbridge emergency messaging? Do you know which zone you're in for Zone Haven? Do you have a go bag? Do you have a plan to escape if needed? Do you know what your escape routes are from your community? And have you tied in with your neighbors? Because together, understanding what everybody's needs are, we all together can ensure everybody evacuates in the event of an emergency. So that is the end of my presentation. I'm ready to answer any questions and or take any direction that you may have.
Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the update. It's really helpful to sort of see where we are in the year and compare it to past years. One of the things that I wanted to, and I'm thrilled to see the fuel mapper That's going to be really useful, I think. Having attended a few recent Fire Safe Council meetings, I think what I'm seeing is that the understanding of defensible space inspections is increasing, and this was the often when I attend meetings like that, people seem to have questions like, what happens on my property? What do I need to do? But I'm also seeing a trend in people saying, we're trying to take care of our property. We need help with our neighbor. So I think that's an important trend in figuring out how to help people with those challenges. So can you tell us a little bit about, once you've had an inspector visit a space or a site and understand that there's work that needs to happen, what the timeline is to when eventual abatement happens?
Sure. When we talk about abatement, so the first round is they have the initial inspection. They identify any of the violations that may be present on a property. I believe they give roughly 14 days here, give or take. Depending on, again, we only have 3 defensible space inspectors as well, so we're trying to canvass as many properties as possible. But once they come back for the reinspection, they identify that the violations have not been corrected. And then the process for the notice of abatement will start. That typically takes a week to 2 weeks, depending on staff time. And then once they issue the abatement, I believe they have 14 days for compliance. And that's the follow-up process as it goes through county council and then is issued to the homeowner.
That's helpful, because that's not that long of a time frame either. So
right.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't see any other questions from the board at this time. I'm going to invite our Assistant CEO, Ms. Becky Craig, to provide us some outstanding news regarding a recent FEMA grant award that we received. Good morning, Ms. Craig.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. Yes, I get to share the amazing news that the actions that the board started last fall are progressing well, with the potential award of the Building Resilient Infrastructure Communities. It's a grant for FEMA, and that will be passed through Cal OES. And last fall, the board committed to providing the matching funds for that grant, and we were able to submit that to Cal OES, and we followed that up with the application to Cal OES around the first of this year, with the great cooperation from Firewise Foundation, a grants consultant, our own staff members, and our partners at the County Fire Department. And so that application has been under review for the last 8 months, and we received notice a week or two ago that we are progressing in the process. It does not guarantee us that we are getting what we have asked for, but we do know that it is being well received, and that we will be continuing conversations with them over the next 6 to 12 months of providing additional information, clarification, and fine-tuning an actual award that we expect to get sometime next summer. And so at this time, our application is a $50 million multi-year project. We applied at a 70-30 local match, and we are actually progressing at this time at a 75%, 25%. So it is exciting to know that they like our application. This is going to be a comprehensive program that could include not only mitigation projects, fuels mitigation projects, defensible space, home hardening, extensive outreach with our local partners, but we don't know what that mix looks like yet. We don't know what it will entail. We do know it will take a lot of planning work at the beginning of it to be able to get these projects ready to go, and then we will hit the ground running, because it'll be a 3-year program to spend $50 million to enhance our fire prevention efforts here in Napa County.
Thank you. Supervisor Pedroza.
Thank you, Chair. Chief, great report. You know, we've been doing this for a while, and the chipping program to me just continues to impress me with the number of folks that are participating. Do we have a map of where we're doing the most chipping?
You know, I don't think we've ever explored doing a map with that. I do know that this particular year we did have one with the storm damage. So that increased our numbers. But we did have some concentrations in Circle Oaks and in the community of Angwin for our chipping.
I think it'd be great, not that I want to put more work on your plate, but to really do a map that illustrates our efforts on the chipping program to see if there's any concentration, because I do believe there is. And then the second part, and I think we do this, do we do an annual report on what we're doing with fire mitigation to consolidate everything?
Yeah, we kind of do. In December, we have that year-end report that kind of just gives us the overall. This is what we were able to accomplish in the 12-month period for fire prevention and in our efforts.
I think that would be great with a focus on prevention, because the third leg of the stool is insurance.
Yes.
Right, getting our insurance companies to understand we're reducing risk, so hopefully they provide lower premiums or coverage. So that's the audience that I'm thinking about as well. So I'd like this report to maybe beef up and focus a little bit more on that, and maybe not just do a year, but like a cumulative kind of total that shows what we've done, you know, for 5 years, 3 years, something around that point that our legislators can have and our friends up in Sacramento, to make sure that the insurance companies or the insurance commissioner knows that, you know, we've really leaned into this.
Sure. No, that sounds like a good plan. I'll have to look at some of the products that we have and put together something for
Perfect.
us.
Thank you.
Supervisor Cottrell?
Thank you. I think Supervisor Pedroza, that's a great idea. I think because that gives us, first of all, I think the visual helps to understand, I mean, kind of like the other maps that you're showing where progress is being made and where we still have work to do. And I appreciate what he said about not adding to your workload. But we also know, you know, we've had a lot of grazing activity out there too, and so that's another layer to understand. So, and I'm wondering if some of that data will be able to be pulled from the fuel mapper application too. So I think that would be great to look forward to, and that's also going to help us because the other conversation, this BRIC grant is such great news, but none of that money is available for maintenance, and so we're going to need to continue to do all this that we're doing right now. But yeah, to tie it into the insurance, I think is very important. And then just a question on the BRIC grant, Ms. Craig, if you can, you mentioned there's gonna need to be a lot of back and forth with federal agencies, or I guess Cal OES, asking for more information and clarification. Can you give us an example of what kinds of things they need or want, or we're still waiting to hear?
We're waiting to hear.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't have any more information on that. I don't know if we'll hear this week or next month or when, but we will be ready and to be responsive to their needs.
Great. Well, and I think it would be helpful to this board and the community to just understand what kinds of questions we're getting, so that is going to help us understand the path that Cal OES might be traveling in looking at our application too. So thank you, and like you said, it's very good news.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Gallagher?
Thank you, Chief, for your report and great work, and just wanted to say that to you. And then Ms. Craig, I just was curious, so this is a total of $50 million, that's with our match and the grant award. And does that have to be spent in 3 years? It's a lot of money to spend in 3 years. So I'm just wondering what the process is for creating a budget to spend $50 million in 3 years.
Me too. I don't know yet. I don't know if there will be any tail at the end of it, kind of like we have with the ARPA, where we are allowed to have the commitment and then have the expenditures executed after the fact. I hope that is the case, but I don't know yet what the details are for this grant.
Okay, great. I hope that we're able to do that, because that's a lot to do in 3 years and not entirely realistic.
Yeah.
But
it's double what we just accomplished with ARPA, yes.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Pedroza?
Just a follow-up question, Chair. Supervisor Cottrell mentioned grazing. Do we track where grazing is happening?
We have, yes.
So you can map that?
I can get you a map, yes.
Not that I'm a doctor of maps or anything, but
we'll work on mapping.
I think that's just to understand the layering effect of grazing and fuel reduction and see the continuum of those efforts.
Sure.
I think that would really provide a good visual for the community. And to me, again, peace of mind, I think, is also valuable. So thank you.
Okay, I think we've mapped this out. I will open public comment.
Rex Stoltz of the Napa Valley Vintners. Excuse me, no comments about mapping, but just a couple of words, and the two words are thank you. I mean, you guys are doing such a great job, the county fire and the Board of Soups, just keeping this at the very top of the priority list, and it's super important to all of us. And so again, thank you, thank you, thank you. Keep up the great work.
Thank you. We'll record that public comment and play it on loop. Any other public comment in the boardroom? Seeing none, I'll turn to the phone lines. Okay. That brings us back to the board, as this was just informational, and thank you for sharing the incredible news of the BRIC Grant Award, and we look forward to the progress and the realization of a check in hand. At this time, that concludes this item. We are going to take a break, and I'm going to extend this break all the way to 10:30, and that is because the restrooms in this building are closed. So if you need to use the restroom, you need to go elsewhere. The Hall of Justice. Anywhere but here. You need to go to the Hall of Justice right across the breezeway. So we will return from recess at 10:30. Thank you so much. We're on recess. Thank you. We are now back from recess. At this time, we'll take up item 11B. The Director of Planning, Building, and Environmental Services requests authorization to issue a request for proposal to prepare a regional climate action and adaptation plan, the RCAP, an associated CEQA document. And with us is Mr. David Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. David Morrison, Director of Special Projects, presenting on behalf of the PBS Director. I know the board is very familiar with this issue, so I'll keep it relatively brief. I know you also have 2 closed session items still on your agenda to go. On May 16th of this year, the board requested staff return with a discussion of funding for a regional climate action plan. And on June 6th, the board directed staff to prepare a request for proposals and return to the board before issuing the RFP for their consideration. During that time, we have worked closely with the 4 cities in the town. They've all reviewed the RFP. We've also worked through confidentiality agreements with the NVTA and RCD, who both also reviewed the RFP, the draft RFP in front of you. We had applied for funding of up to $600,000 from the Governor's Office of Planning and Research, and we were unsuccessful. However, through the very generous work of Senator Dodd, we were able to get an allocation of $500,000 from the state budget for the purpose of preparing the Regional Climate Action Plan. That money will be coming in later this calendar year, or early next calendar year. If the cost of the Regional Climate Action Plan and CEQA document exceed $500,000, that cost would be borne by the member jurisdictions through the JPA in the percentages discussed in the staff report. I can go through in more detail, but everything I think is relatively self-explanatory. If the board grants the issuance of the RFP this morning, we intend to bring a contract back to the board in December, begin work in January with anticipated completion date by December of next year. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them this morning.
Any questions from the board? Supervisor Gregory.
Yeah, hey, good to see you, Mr. Director, Mr. Morris. So used to
whoever.
Yeah, it's good to see you. Remind us, the JPA is formed?
Yes, there is a joint powers agreement that binds the 4 cities, town, and the county under the Climate Action Committee.
Got it. And will the JP, what will be the decision-making body going forward?
The presentations will be made to the Climate Action Committee for their information, but in order to be adopted, it would be adopted by the board and the councils for the towns and cities. The CAC does not have any approval authority independent from their member jurisdictions.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Mr. Morrison. Great to see you. And thank you for your work on this. I am interested in understanding more about the role that you envision and this RFP envisions in RCD's participation or support of this process. So can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Certainly. In our discussions with RCD, they have been, they were also involved in developing the grant proposal to the Governor's Office of Planning Research, and they strongly, they indicated a strong interest in wanting to do public outreach on this issue. And so what we've done in this RFP is that we have told any prospective applicants for this contract that they would have to subcontract with RCD to carry out the public outreach for this project.
That's great. So that will be built into the expectation of any potential applicants that they'll be working with RCD. And
that's in the RFP that they have to address that.
Yeah.
Yes.
And which I just think that makes the end product stronger because RCD has this local knowledge and they're sort of a trusted messenger too for the community. So that's great to hear. Thank you.
Fully agree.
I will add just with my LAFCO hat on that actually yesterday we spoke about the intersections between LAFCO, the municipal service review that they did on water and wastewater, and really kind of strategically how LAFCO is going to start incorporating in its policies, its actions, climate resiliency, and that there might be a place comments for LAFCO and whether it's ex officio capacity at the Climate Action Committee, but I'll just go ahead and put that on your radar since that actually just came up in our meeting yesterday. Supervisor Pedrosa.
Thank you, Chair. And David, it is nice to see you. And I'm not going to ask about maps today. But, you know, we've been talking about this for a while, David. So if I'm a member of the public and I see this plan, what can they expect to see from this plan? Is it nice bullet points? Is it going to be measurables and outcomes? What can they see?
Yes, the way the RFP has been written up is that this is the culmination of what the cities, town, and the county have been working on for the last 4 or 5 years. It's been a very slow, painful process. I know many in the public and many on this board have been wanting to move much faster. But this deliberation is necessary for us to be able to make fully informed decisions about actions that will actually make substantial changes in how we deal with this issue. Getting the inventory was one big step. We can't change things if we don't know what the current status quo is or what the future trends look like. So now that we have that information, we know where emissions are coming from, greenhouse gas emissions, both by jurisdiction and by industrial sector. So now we know the extent of the problem, and we have some idea about what that problem will look like in the future and what existing efforts will do to reduce that problem. Existing efforts done by the county and the cities, as well as the state, will on their own reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, just not very much, maybe 10 or 15%. If we really want to make more significant reductions in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 or thereafter, additional actions need to be taken. But what actions do we need to take? Which actions are actually going to move the needle significantly, or which ones are just going to be kind of more symbolic or window dressing? That's what this plan is going to do. Is it's going to give us the quantifiable, measurable actions that will do that will give the greatest impact to reducing greenhouse gas emissions and by a time frame in which those would occur. I think that's very important for several reasons, not only for accountability and to show the public that positive change is actually happening, but also last year the Bay Area Air Quality Management District changed CEQA thresholds for how greenhouse gas emissions are dealt with. Before, many jurisdictions in the Bay Area had been relying on the AQMD's thresholds for significance for CEQA. They changed that from a general number of 1,100 tons of CO2 equivalent per year to, if you take these certain measures and if you have a certifiable climate action plan, then you can be exempt under CEQA. So a climate action plan, as stated in the report, is not required by state law, but it's becoming increasingly incentivized in order to deal with CEQA issues. You can get by without one, but it's going to be a lot easier in the future, not only in the next year, but I suspect especially the next 5 years, unless Governor Newsom and the subsequent administration significantly change paths. And just a reminder that the first climate change executive order was under Governor Schwarzenegger, so this has been a bipartisan effort over the last 20 years. Unless California is significantly changing path, I think that a quantifiable, certifiable climate action plan that is consistent with the CARB plan, and I know that there are some in the community that want to go farther in terms of what some of the international research is going, but for us to be able to benefit both in terms of getting grants and in terms of being able to take advantage of CEQA exemptions, we really need to follow the state's lead on what CARB is doing. And so that's, for all those reasons, I think that, yes, we will have a plan that will give you actions. We were going to do this to reduce traffic emissions. We're going to do this to reduce building emissions. This is how much reduction we're going to see by 2027, by 2030, by 2035. All that's going to be laid out.
No, and I appreciate it. I acknowledge that this is just a request for proposal, David, but I do want to make sure that as we embark on this, that there's credibility in the process, because the process allows the implementation to happen, or I should say hope happens, because, you know, you're right, there's a lot of window dressing that happens, there's a lot of symbolism, but if we want action, and we hear many times that we're in a crisis, then the actions have to match that, not just at the County Board of Supervisors level, but all the city councils and towns. If we say this is a crisis, then we all need to step up, and this plan is step one. So I just hope that everyone continues the enthusiasm we've shared as we embark on this process. So thank you.
I hope so too. And that is you do touch upon one other aspect of why this is important. If, as the cities and county look to move to implement, there may be people who may not agree with this process. If we wind up in court, we have to demonstrate what we're doing, why we're doing, and how we're doing it. This plan is that necessity of being able to defend. Let's say we want to do take an action on reducing energy uses in buildings. If somebody opposed that, we need to demonstrate why and how we're doing that and why this is justified. This plan is that defense that we are going to need as we move forward.
And just my final comment, when we did the joint watershed study working with the city of Napa, part of what we did was making sure that there was credibility in the process, city, county, but acknowledging that if the study showed there was an issue, we were going to be willing to do something about it, and that could mean regulation if we saw there was issues, which we haven't. So for this, I hope it has the same structure, that it's measurable, and we're telling folks why we need to do this throughout the process and the plan.
Exactly.
Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Morrison, for really a relatively short turnaround from when we said we wanted the RFP to now.
3 months is a long time.
I just wanted to say that I think that the RFP very well reflects what the CAC asked for. So thank you for that. We were very clear that we wanted measurable goals, and also I really like the addition of the dashboard, the public dashboard, so that the public can actually follow along to see how we're meeting the goals and if we are meeting the goals. And with those, those milestones that will be part of this, and also attention to the equity issues as well. Yes. So I think it's very well done and it covers all the bases and really accurately reflects what the CAC has asked for. So thank you.
Like I said, this had input from all 5 cities as well as the NVTA and RCD. A lot of eyes have been looking at this, and thank you for that. It reflects well on the team effort that went into putting this together.
Supervisor Gregory.
Thank you. I had a follow-up on my last question and your answer about governance and decision-making. The regional part of this, at the end of the day, will hold up if 6 bodies ultimately get 3 votes to say yes to the regional plan, correct? Correct. And I'm reflecting on item H of page 4 of the staff report, which stipulates the number of meetings and types of meetings and interaction with the consultant. It seems that each body, as the 2 work within the committee from each body, that they have to go back, pull their organization along, make sure they're at least informed and can weigh in. And I'm wondering if we want to add a few more meetings for the consultant to participate and help the 2 from each agency answer questions, present, etc. Maybe stipulate that it should be by Zoom so it's efficient, not that expensive, but I'm wondering if we should add some more interaction there.
That has been that point has been made by the Climate Action Committee on its members multiple times over the past couple of years. Is that the 2 representatives from each jurisdiction who serve on the committee, that is their obligation to go back and inform the rest of their council or board as to what is going on. That doesn't occur regularly necessarily. I think I think some jurisdictions are a little bit more communicative than others. We can certainly add an option for more meetings as necessary, just to have that built in the budget. Also, there's what happens in terms of the electeds. Going back and talking to the remainder of their decision-making bodies. There's also a lot of there's a second layer of work that happens between staff. So the county staff is regularly in contact with the city managers and the planning directors for the cities in town to make sure they're informed and up to speed on what's going on, so they can help set that table for their councils. But we can, if that's the board's interest, we can add more meetings perhaps as an option and see what that budget's out to.
I'd like to see that.
Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you. I mean, on that point, that makes a lot of sense. I think that also has to come from the CAC membership to say this should be part of the process. So I think there's a 2-way street there, but I'm happy to support that if you think that's important. I just wanted to circle back to something you said at the beginning of your remarks about BACMA now saying that jurisdictions with the climate action plan, that is an important piece to have in place for, project review and CEQA review. And I think that is something, as we talk about this in the public, helping people understand that we're doing this for multiple reasons, including that it will make it easier for projects to come forward and for our jurisdictions to act on them, which is, I don't think that's something that was in the original sort of scope of what a climate action plan could help a county and its cities accomplish.
Well, to clarify, there are standards that can be met that can help projects be exempted if they don't include natural gas and other things. Where the certified plan becomes critical is for when you adopt a general plan. And so as we embark on the general plan update, that's why this document is going to be much more important, because in order to get that CEQA exemption for the general plan, you need to show that there's a methodical and detailed approach to be able to achieve at a minimum, the 2045 target set by the state. Otherwise, you have to look at climate change as a significant impact under CEQA for a general plan. So that's where it becomes really important.
Got it. Thank you. And just reflecting back on the addition of the meetings, maybe we frame it like up to 4 meetings or something like that. So it's not.
I would add another 6 meetings, 1 for each jurisdiction.
Okay.
I do concur. I think that making sure that we have enough meetings for engagement of the other municipalities is important for us to be able to move forward collaboratively. Pardon me. I think that there is, this is a great first step, and we have recognized long that it's important for us to be able to move regionally as just individually. Yes, it matters, but definitely less significant of an impact for any type of change. So thank you for bringing this forward in a timely fashion. Seeing no other questions or comments from the board, I'll open public comment on this item.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, David Graves. Thank you, Mr. Morrison. I remember your being here for the first presentation of Ascend Environmental's work back in 2015, 16. So I won't quote the Grateful Dead lyric, but I think there are a couple of things to be mindful of here. One is climate action is going to require a lot of private actors to make decisions. There are 60,000 households, more or less, in Napa. Every homeowner has a choice to make about decarbonizing their dwellings. We have a huge rental housing stock, and all those people, all those renters will be having to work with their landlords in order to make their buildings reach these goals. We have to reach out to the contractor community because they're often gatekeepers in all this. We have a huge number of private landlords for commercial buildings. The hospitality business, or the hospitality industry worldwide, has vowed to have their emissions by 2030. So we have all of our hospitality entities that have to be brought along. In addition, and I'm glad this was brought up by both Mr. Morrison and our chair, is that there's a nexus between vegetation management, because that has a huge impact on water regimes for the Napa Valley integrated hydrologic model. We have general plan considerations that will be brought into play. We have the process of creating the nexus for all of these various pieces. There's a great deal of overlap, and to be mindful of the fact that by being relatively late in the process, I think we as a jurisdiction also benefit from those who've come before. Many jurisdictions in the Bay Area on their second version of a climate action plan. They have experience perhaps working with their CCA, in our case, Marin Clean Energy. We have the BayREN ABAG experience to draw upon. but I think the point that all of you have been making in one way or another is communication and accountability to the community are going to be essential to this. And I think there's a saying I learned in marketing about wine that about the time you get tired of saying it is about the time people start to get it. So there's a huge communication component that we need to enlist many parts of our community. I learned recently, for example, of a faith-based entity or enterprise that is called Faith, Power, and Light. And it's for congregations of faith-based communities to work together to both make their own buildings decarbonized, but to help their individual members understand the opportunities for them. It's a nationwide organization. We have several congregations that are involved here in the community. So that's an example of the depth and reach that we're going to have to get to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers in the boardroom? Seeing none, I'll move to the phone lines. We have no one on the lines at this time. I'll close public comment and I'll bring it back to the board. Our requested action is authorization to issue a request for proposal to prepare the RCAP.
So moved, as amended.
Second.
A motion by Supervisor Cottrell, second by Supervisor Gregory as amended with the comments of additional meetings. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Director Morrison. That concludes this item. Next, under item 12, we do not have any public hearings for special districts. Under item 13, we do not have any public hearings for the Board of Supervisors. 14, do we have any legislative items?
Just a quick update on our last meeting. Supervisor Cottrell, I always go first, but I wanted to give you the opportunity if you wanted.
Supervisor Cottrell?
Sure. I mean, I think the biggest news that we have been tracking is the potential insurance bill at the California legislature, which a lot of valiant efforts, but nothing moving forward there. So we'll watch for that in the future. And then we just wanted to be grateful to Senator Dodd and his staff for working closely with the county on a bill related to juvenile justice. So happy to have that.
And also to mention, this year's session ends Friday. We've got a really great tracking tool, thanks to our staff, Ms. Dawson and Mr. Mize, showing you what we did this year, what we stood up for, what we opposed, and how we participated. And if you're interested, you can check that out.
Great, thank you. Any Board of Supervisors committee reports and announcements? Seeing none. County Executive Officer reports or announcements? Seeing none. This time I'll invite our County Council to announce our closed session items 17A and B.
Today we have two closed session items. 17A, conference with real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. This is concerning the Napa County Fairgrounds and negotiations with the City of Calistoga. We have item 17B, public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957 regarding the county executive officer.
Thank you. Incorporating by reference our prior public comment from Mayor Williams for item 17A. At this time, I'll open public comment on the closed session items announced. Seeing none in the boardroom, I'll go to the phone lines. There's no one on the lines. I'll close public comment. At this time, we will recess into closed session.
Ready?
We're live, Chair.
All right, thank you. Welcome to today's Flood Control and Water Conservation District meeting. Sorry, we're a few minutes late convening. Roll call, please.
Director Ramos,
Here.
Director Pedrosa is excused. Director Painter,
Here.
Director Moeller,
Here.
Director Lopez Ortega,
Here.
Director Garcia,
Here.
Director Gallagher,
Here.
Director Doring,
Here.
Director Cottrell,
Here.
Vice Chair Sedgley,
Here.
Chair Gregory.
Here. Thank you. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. Next up is approval of our minutes from our last meeting. Any comment, questions on the minutes from the board? Any public comment on the minutes? Anybody on the phone? All right. Is there a motion?
So moved, Sedgley.
Thank you.
Second, Garcia.
Motion Vice Chair Sedgley, second Garcia. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? That passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, jumping down, we have one consent item, item 5A, which is Auditor Controller requesting authorization to prepare the final accounting entries to close the books for last year. Any comments, questions from us? Any public comment? And anybody on the phone? All right. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Was that Cottrell? Motion by Cottrell, second by Painter. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes unanimously. All right, thank you. We're on to public comment. This is anything not on our agenda today, but within our jurisdiction. Is there any general public comment today? No? You sure? Anybody on the phones? All right. Thank you. I'll close public comment today, and we'll get right into our main item, which is item 8A, which is an update on a potential design change to the flood control project.
Yes, good afternoon. Rick Thomaser, District Manager, and I'm here with District Engineer Butler. We have a short little PowerPoint to help guide this discussion, which basically it is, as you characterized, a request for a change to the design as was in the general design memorandum, which is what we call the preliminary design for the flood project that's been on the books for a long time. And we want to, walk through that with you, some of the merits of it, and some of the considerations that we should be taking into account. So let's, do we have the, well, just go ahead. Yeah, you can change to the next slide. Oops. So what we're speaking about here is the connection of the Napa River Trail that this, our project that is the flood walls north of the bypass, which is our next, it's under design right now, it's at 35%. It includes a flood wall along the west bank of the Napa River, and in addition to the flood wall, we have a maintenance road on the land side of the flood wall, which was also designed to be a public trail as well. And the trail that we're talking about connects basically the Oxbow Commons area. River Terrace Inn is where the existing trail terminates. It will connect all the way to Lincoln Avenue. And then at Lincoln, you have to cross the street. There'll be a pedestrian crossing there. And then it will connect up with the existing trail from Lincoln to Trancas. Okay, so that existing trail from Lincoln to Trancas will probably be disrupted quite a bit during our construction of the flood wall in that section, and we'll rebuild that. Our intent, just as an aside to this conversation, will be that it'll be fully restored, and we'll probably pull it a little bit away from the river bank itself, but it will be, as it is, a riverside trail. And then a maintenance road is always required, so the Corps requires us to have landside maintenance access fully along the flood wall. And we acquire those rights for the maintenance access and the flood wall in what's called a flood protection levee easement, and it's 15 feet on either side of the wall, and the wall thickness is generally 3 feet about. So the 1 to 2 feet. Okay, so we've got a right of way for the flood wall that includes, you know, clear space, if you will, on either side of the wall, about 15 feet. But for maintenance purposes, we need access on the land side. So go ahead to the next slide. Okay, so as I mentioned, we're at 35% design. We've got the Friends of the Napa River is fully engaged in helping us with design review. A lot of the folks who were originally on our technical advisory panel that existed for Measure A are still around and able to assist, and we welcome their comments. And they wrote a letter, which is in your agenda packet, and they see an opportunity to put the public trail on the riverside of the flood wall, and that's their desire. And we've looked at it. This is not a new issue really. There is plenty of space on the riverside of the flood wall. The reason it wasn't designed to be there in the first place is that as you advance north, when you get to the Ace and Vine property, the building is been determined to be too close to the river to fit even a flood wall between the building and the river, much less a trail, and also the animal hospital property. So there's two properties close to Lincoln that we can't have a trail there, and we can't fit the flood wall there either. So it was in the preliminary design. The thought was, don't bring people to the riverside, because then you would have no way of them to get back out to the land side, because you'd have to create an opening. And it's generally desirable to have as few openings as possible in the flood wall, because we have to manage those during floods, just like the bypass. So that was the preliminary design, and that's what staff has been working on and getting appraised rights for. So you see it here. Where it crosses several, at the south end, or the lower end on the slide there, is essentially that terminus of the existing trail at River Terrace Inn. You see the little tan patch on the very bottom of the photo. That's the wedding garden area for the Napa River Inn. And so the flood wall ties into high ground there, and then it extends north, and at the top end of that photo is that's the intersection of North Bay Drive and Wall Street, that public street. So in this, and then the smaller on the left side, there's a smaller photo that shows the extension going north through the Ace and Vine, or adjacent to the Ace and Vine property, and hitting Lincoln, and then following the public sidewalk to the east. So in the 1,400 feet plus or minus on the right side of the right side photo there, we have determined it is feasible. There's plenty of room to install a riverside trail there. The flood district plans to acquire those rights for that property in fee, so there's no additional easement or anything that would be required based on our current plan of action. On the land side of the wall here, as you see, we're passing through several commercial properties, some more developed than others. There are some there's parking in some of these properties that would be impacted by a public trail that we need to acquire rights for, and then we need to consider the land uses on the land side in terms of we actually have to acquire a specific public trail easement to allow the public to pass through in addition to our maintenance easement. Why don't you go to the next slide? I think this is just another view of the same thing altogether. So you can sort of see the layout there. And it's hard to see, but the white line is the flood wall, and the red line on the land side is the maintenance road, and then immediately, I guess it's a sort of an orange line, is the area that's intended to be the proposed Riverside Trail. So it would be immediately adjacent to the flood wall. Another thing I guess I should note is that the flood wall heights here, one of the reasons why it's considered desirable, I would assume, is that it's generally about 6 feet. It ranges from about 4 feet to sometimes as high as 7 feet, but on average about 6 feet high. So it's a pretty high wall. Okay, go to the next slide. Okay, so some of the considerations are that cost and schedule for us, from the flood district's perspective. The landside trail is included already in our budget, but to, as I mentioned, to have a landside public trail on top of our maintenance access, we actually, the in-gross appraised value of those rights for public access is about $250,000. That's on top of our maintenance need. From a cost standpoint, on the riverside, to build a riverside trail does cost up to about $350,000 more than just having the trail be on the land side, and just about all of those excess costs relate to the need to construct suitable access points for the public to get onto the riverside of the trail. This is a very preliminary estimate. We expect that we could probably shave some of those costs down as we advance design. And we do need to work with the city. I've got some amendment to the staff report when I finish here, sort of late-breaking conversations with the city on this that I want to bring into the discussion. But basically, it does cost more to build the Riverside Trail, and that's the impetus of us bringing this to you as the flood board, because I wanted to, ask your direction. Do you want to pursue this? It will cost more. As far as the schedule, the schedule is concerned, we have appraised all those property rights that I showed you, and we have offers just about ready to go for all those properties. And those offers currently, the appraisals currently include the public trail easement. So when the letter came in from the Friends, and sort of simultaneously we were undergoing review, we've got some city comments on the 35% design, and the city indicated, at least in an engineering comments, that there was a thought to have a trail on the riverside of the wall as well. We decided we needed to bring this to you because we realized that we could reach parity in costs if we didn't acquire the landside rights for the public trail. It would almost pay for the additional costs for the construction, so it was a wash. We believe we can get close enough that it would be considered, a good exchange. But we do have a schedule situation, and we're ready right now to make offers that include these public trails or easements. And basically our recommendation to you, and I think that's the last slide, right, Greg? I'm not sure if there's any more. Yeah, that's it. So our recommendation to you would be that the project owes a public trail, but we only want to build one public trail, right? We don't have the funds to build two, and really the way we see it from the flood district staff point of view is we wouldn't want to acquire the rights, because once we acquire them, we can't. We've paid for them. If we're going to go ahead and build this trail on the riverside. Now, The city has asked us, city staff and working with city leadership, they would like a little bit of time to work this through. They had a meeting yesterday at leadership level, department heads. There's, you know, general questions about fire access and safety and what happens if you move the trail to the riverside, and they'd like a little bit more time to consider that. And from our perspective, it is the city's trail. Once the flood district builds it, especially if it's on the riverside of the wall, it's the city's facility, it's not ours. So we do want the city's, you know, firm, you know, answer on where they would like the trail. I just want this board to know, from your staff's perspective, it's certainly feasible. And my only recommendation is that we wouldn't, you know, we get an answer to this before we pull the trigger on acquiring those property rights. So kind of wrapping this all up, the end, I think our recommendation to just eliminate pursuit of the landside trail currently is just to take a pause on it until we hear firmly back from the city. And I've got a general commitment that we think they can, with a meeting with us and some more discussion, a 1 month time frame to pause is enough. And so what I'd like to ask is that you just for now, there's really no action to take other than, unless you want to give us additional direction. We'll work with the city. We'll come back at your October board meeting and let you know how it all, you know, our final recommendation. And that's it.
Questions for Mr. Chalmers? I got one. So if it's a riverside trail at Ace and Vine, how does it get to the other side? Is there going to be an opening requiring a mechanical closure?
Yeah, Greg, can you pull that PowerPoint back up? There would be at the corner of North Bay and Wall Street. There's a sort of a perfect place to make that transition. We had hoped, we thought if it was just pedestrian access, we could do it with what's called an up and over kind of structure, like ramping, ADA accessible, you know, ramps and probably some stairs, and we wouldn't have a closure there, a closure structure or an opening. There's actually a point there that the wall is as low as 4 feet high, so it's actually not that big of a deal to get up and over. But that's also a really good point for emergency access, and if you want to get like an ambulance back onto the trail will be built just like all the city trails are, and so it will be drivable with like an ambulance vehicle, and you really won't be able to drive an ambulance up and over something like that. So it's, you know, more than likely we'd probably have to have an opening there. There's also the property immediately south of Ace and Vine is you can sort of see it there, is almost a full, we essentially acquire almost all of the property, and there is a little bit of property there that having access to that larger area behind the flood wall probably would be a good idea to have, you know, maintenance access back there at that location. So.
Okay, so it'd be an opening with a gate that would require our staff to go out and shut it during a certain storm event.
Could be a gate. It could be a stop lug structure. Those are a lot less expensive than big gates. It, you know, takes a little bit more work to install, but it's not. We haven't. You know, we'll figure that out as we advance the design.
Maybe
and then at the south end. We're pretty sure we can get the flood wall sort of ties into high ground, and we think that wouldn't require an opening at all. You just drive to or walk to the other side of the wall as opposed to the land side of the wall.
Seems appropriate now to look to Vice Chair Sedgley and Director Painter for some comment.
Yeah, I don't know if the board has seen the bullet points that came from the city. I don't know if that was a good packet, not getting it later, but yeah, I think that, you know, a month's time to kind of vet out some of these concerns is reasonable. I think we could all appreciate the fact that a Riverside Trail would be the preferred, and if it can work in a budget, by not having to purchase the land rights, that the additional cost would be an elegant solution. But definitely these security issues and access issues have to be addressed, and we all understand that the potential along the river for encampments and other activity, but we can't let that stop us from doing what's right for future generations and building a beautiful trail. So I think we could all agree, but some of these questions have to be answered before we move ahead. And if the deals with the property owners are ready to go, I guess it can wait a little bit. Yeah, it's a beautiful project. The height of the wall, I didn't imagine it was 6 or 7 feet in some spots, so that will eliminate any views from the land side of any property owners along there. They'll be looking at the back of a 6-foot, 7-foot wall. So right, yeah. Nobody really brought up that point, but it would be better to be walking on the river side for the trail, because if you're a pedestrian there, you're walking along a wall, unless you can build the trail elevated up at the top of the wall, but that would be more expense. But yeah, I think it's reasonable to let this sit for at least a month so we can answer some of these questions that our public works staff had.
Thanks, and of course, I agree with that. I think a Riverside Trail is really the preferred option if we can work out those details, and it sounds like the discussions not only have started, but will continue over the next month. Question on this slide, just so that as we talk about needing to go up and have staff either open, be there to open a gate, etc. The wall that goes in front of the driveway into Ace and Vine, I'm assuming, would also have a wall. Is that correct?
A gate, yeah.
A gate, excuse me, a gate.
It does, yes. There has always been 2 gates actually along Lincoln, one at the driveways entrances for Ace and Vine and the animal hospital.
The animal hospital,
yeah. We need to allow them obviously access, and so we'll be advancing the style of gate and the aesthetics and things like that.
So I guess my point on that is, adding an additional gate while it's more maintenance, we're going to have 2 other gates up there. So if there's an event, we're going to have crews and staff up there to be opening gates, if needed. And yeah, it's more than just the trail. And as I guess I was going to say Mayor Sedgley, but Commissioner Sedgley, or Vice Chair, has already stated, it's not just the design and technical, but it's also having input from city police and fire to be able to look at the safety aspects, emergency service access, and of course long-term maintenance, because just to reiterate a point that you already made, is that the city would operate and maintain the trail component.
Mm-hmm. Right. So one thing I would add is, all the land on the riverside of the wall will be owned by the flood district in a similar way that the flood district owns the river terraces south of downtown. And we maintain we patrol it and clean it, keep it clean, and do the maintenance of just the riparian area there. So your staff here at the district with our funds would maintain those lands the way we're doing south of downtown. So we would adopt it. I don't, other than the public safety aspects of the city police and fire, support around that. I don't think there would be much more that the city would have to maintain other than the trail itself.
All right, any more questions or comments at this point?
Yeah, I'm just one question. I'm just wondering, when you describe it as a trail, what other infrastructure improvements would that entail? Would there be places to view the river or to sit down, or benches, those kinds of things? Or is it just strictly a trail where pedestrians or vehicles can access?
Well, the project will build a trail. Usually the amenities like you're speaking of, signage and benches and trash receptacles and things like that. The city and or I'm not quite sure how this will probably become part of the Vine Trail as well. So, however, the city and the Vine Trail have been working together on the rest of the Napa River Trail, similar.
All right, at this point, I'll open it up for public comment. I do see Friends board member out there, Chip Borrell. Anybody else interested in public comment on this item? All right, yeah, please.
Use the microphone.
Yeah.
So I'm on the advisory board, Friends of the River. I want to thank flood control staff for working with us on this, and thank you for considering it. And I agree that I'm out of time. The trail on the river side follows the intent of the Living River and the rest of the project. So it's a great direction to achieve, and it looks like the details can work out. I hope they can.
Thanks, Mr. Burrow. All right, any more comments, questions, further direction? So I think you're seeing all nods on taking a month to investigate this great opportunity. We all saw how it paid off going around the Hat Building and how much of an important step that was way back when, and it's the right thing to check out. All right, anybody
Thanks.
else? No? Okay. Direction sent. Thank you very much. Last thing, we'll jump down to District Manager's Engineers Report. Anything else, Mr. Thomaser? No?
Design, I guess I'll just add, the design got through 35%. We've got comments from the Corps. They're engaged solidly now, and we're working through that and ready to start advancing towards 65%. So all things, full steam ahead.
Any news on the 35% public meeting?
We don't have a date picked yet, but we're gonna do just an update meeting. There hasn't been a lot of change, so from like our 15% meeting, but we said we would have a meeting, so we're going to. It's probably gonna happen in early October. We think there's some value in as we start thinking about progressing the design forward, bringing in a little bit of that into the picture, like what you start to get towards aesthetics and things like fencing and rails and things like that start coming into the picture, and so we're starting to frame that up, if you will. But so we took a pause. We didn't want to have the public meeting until we firmly saw the Corps' comments, and so we're there. Pretty much there now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, any Board of Directors reports or announcements? How about future agenda items? None. All right. We'll adjourn to our next meeting Tuesday, October 10th at 1:30.
We are now back from closed session. I'll turn it over to County Council for our report out.
Thank you, Chair Ramos. Item 17A, direction was given to our real property negotiator. No reportable action. Item 17B, direction was given to staff. No reportable action. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we will adjourn to our next regular meeting of the Napa County Board of Supervisors, Tuesday, September 26th at 9 a.m. We are adjourned.